here too. Oh, it's done. We can put TLXE. I'm back on Linux also. Message back on Linux. Feels good. Feels good. Now reopen this. Now shut up. All right. I hope you're doing good. It's going to be cool. So let's finish this. Basically, the idea is instead of using the UI that was here before, so I can't show you because it's not here anymore, but we are going to use this instead. Cool. It's going to be cool. It's going to be simpler, and it's going to be similar to what we have created for the enchantment and stuff, so probably easier to understand. Kind of, it's giving a cohesive feel to the UI. I think it's better. And so I started doing that. Oh yeah, I had both of those. Explosion fast particles, we have them twice. And remove explosion that twice. Reward is the same name as the previously declared. Have. Why do I have duplicated this? Oh, I didn't realize I made okay. I see. Let's close that. Let's actually close everything right now, and let's reopen treasure. Okay, let's see where we are. I have... What? Active enchantment button. Yeah, of course. In here, we'll do accept button. What do you mean? Shut up. Compilation failed. Shut up. Just shut up. Selected button doesn't exist. Active button. So this is to hide stuff, so we don't need that. Selected button, we need this. So I need to think about when exactly do I want to spawn. I think this is when I want to spawn the button, right? I think this is when I want to spawn the button. Why do I have no... Oh yeah, because this is buggy. Okay, so we're going to do this. A bit messy what I have right now. I need something like get content is kind of cool. Should I introduce the thing at that point? I guess. Spawn local, you do this. Maybe in here you spawn the button. I think we can do that. I don't have the export for that. Item button scene, it's packed scene, and it is item button. You know what I'd like to see? Item. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a picker directly in code. Like you do preload and it shows you kind of like what they did with the color. When you start doing a color, you know, and it's color. I think you can now, you have a picker right there and you can pick right over there what you want. For the preload, I want a resource picker in here. I want a resource picker on the preload. That would be super useful. I don't know exactly how it would work. But basically I want something that preloading and finding the right stuff if you don't remember the name is awful. And having to grab your mouse, go over there, do a research, to then grab it and put it over there is not good either. I think I'd like to have something where the picker is actually available right there. That would feel much better. But anyway. Treasure open started. Okay, I don't know why it's saying this. What's the problem? Treasure. Yeah, it's a cyclic reference. This is kind of something that is painful with Godot. Cyclic dependencies supposedly are fixed, but you also have cyclic problems now. So Godot can be stuck in a weird state. If you have an issue in your code somewhere and the class cannot get resolved, but the class is used somewhere else, it can like create a cyclic error, and there's nothing special. You just need to quit. You just need to kill the scene and reopen it. But that's not ideal. So in get content here, spawn item button, right? So let's grab and let's call that, let's create a function. Same thing. Whenever you're creating a function, it would be amazing if Godot was available. Like, many IDs give you this feature. You can create a variable right when you are writing it. You don't have to go and declare it. It declares it for you. That would be kind of nice. Pending reward. Reward button, I think we could call it. Item button. Right now it's null. This is what we are going to do. We're going to do reward button, item button instantiate. So we need a few things in here. And to go a bit faster, let's check out the enchantment, because I think we do it. Yeah, this is what we do. Let's see what we have. Okay, custom size flag shrink. Do you want them to shrink? I think I wanted to expand. But the thing is, expand, size expand fill. It's not going to change anything, I think. Be relatively similar. Toggle mode true, no. The resource we pass it, and we don't care about that, but we put it somewhere. Do we have a container, item container, add button, and we can put the reward button. Res is equal to res, it's a pending reward. Alright, now we have our button, which means that in here, we are able to do something that we were not able to do. It's the selected button. Scale. Okay. I think this is what we want. We want the button to scale. The button is going to be... right, item button, it's already the right pivot offset or what? Tooltip container scale, pivot offset is set up. Okay, fact. I think we need to test, because I don't know where we are right now in terms of what needs to be done or not. For example, star reward and stuff, this is good. The scale is good. And then we are waiting. We don't finish, really. Right? We are then waiting. I think we need to get started. See what it does. I think some things are going to be fine. We go over there. Treasure. We have a treasure. Okay. Sub. Whoop. Okay, it didn't open. But killed before it could be opened. Not a problem. Treasure. Yeah, so when it's doing this, it's pretty simple. It works well. Let's change the probabilities that we are doing this. Is it when I do get content? The reward type has been selected already, right? Pick reward probabilities updated. Okay. Actually, I could force it. Reward type equal to reward consumable. I'm gonna say remove just for testing. It should have been a component. I'm doing right now. It should have been a component, not having to redo it all the time. Treasure. Pay. Ah. Nuts. This is nuts. And it's giving me money. What the fuck? Forcing you, you motherfucker. Ah, treasure probability. Shit. I didn't realize. We can do in here. No probs. Inferior to 0.99. Ooh, I'm losing time. It is fine. Okay. Are you okay? Fuck, I forgot the A. Alright. Okay, accept button, grab focus. Grab focus on a null value. Accept button is null? Oh my god. See? This is why we lose a lot of time. Godot. Why we lose a lot of time in Godot. Because things are stupid. What exactly is your problem? Then what? So the treasure should disappear. And show us just that. Right? But I think it's all broken now, so that might be why it does this. Because I think we were not hiding the treasure, basically. Bye. Try again. Reason it feels smaller. This morning I was working and it feels so much smaller. Rat. Okay. Progress manager. What the fuck? Set consumable, no. Non-existent function. What did it mean? What mistake have I made again? Oh, but we have the error in here too. I'm doing a global search. Set consumable known. That is great. Set upgrade known. Set rune known. So many fucking mistakes. Able to pass that, right? Okay, so as you can see, it will work. And we will have the whole thing of being able to see it. One of advancement. You just need to hide the thing behind. I think we could make it a bit bigger. If you agree. This is the treasure that we are going to find. Have the star right over here. The item container is here. If we put an item button, even with, oh, I know. I think I know. I think I know the problem. When you do get content, yeah, I want it to be bigger. It should be 128. Minimum size 120. But I think we're getting there. Going to look nice. Okay. The buttons might be a bit big compared to what we show here. Okay. Okay, so as we are showing, so finish. I have 2 if rewards visible. That's amazing. They are exactly the same thing, right? Star, explosion star, blah blah blah. So this is cool. Finish. If reward visible, we scale down the things, whatever. We need to do the same thing. And we don't do it on the treasure, I think. Don't do it on the treasure yet. Grab that. I don't even know where it is. I have too many things. Finish open. Content. Phone button. Open. Right, highlight, cursor, whatever. Destroy, finish. On animation finished. This is where I show the new piece and disappear. I will do the star reward stuff. So in here, we'll do hide the treasure and star. So, very simple. Very, very simple. We want to do this, but on the star anchor, on what are we doing it? The star itself. Yes, on the star itself. And all of that should be done in parallel, maybe. All of that should be done in parallel. Here we have a set delay 0.1. Delay. Okay. I kind of want to do that again. I mean, no, I'm sure that I want to do that again. I want to do it on the treasure. The treasure, we anchor it directly, or what? Anchor it directly. We grab the anchor to show it. How am I doing it? Yes, but do I have access to that? Anchor? Anchor? See? Okay. There's something missing, right? There is something missing. It's a bit slow. There are a few things that are not really working well. It's fine, we can fix them. I think one of them is the fact that this is done not in parallel. I think that causes some problems. Right? We are scaling the button to be bigger. So this should be set delay 0.15. 0.25, I think. So that we can do that. It's cool. And when we go out, we need to do it on the reward button, right? We need to hide the reward button when we actually finish. Supposedly I am doing it. I am doing it. So why is it not showing? Right? When we finish, we do all of this, we wait, then when you press the buttons, we do some stuff, you finish. Finish is going to do blah 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 blah, destroy. And in here, you are going to do, like, remove the rewards, remove the star. And you're removing the reward button container, so theoretically you're removing the thing with it. But realistically, why am I doing it with the reward button container? And not with the reward button itself? Easier, I think. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that works well. The transition is slightly weird. Then sheet on a null value. Well seen. Oh my god. It broke again. Can you go fuck yourself, like, right now? Show me? Show me how you fuck yourself? Yes, goodo. Yes. Sure, in my game, there is no, absolutely no export variable. That is what? Come on. Come on, you can't be like that. This is really frustrating. This new thing in God of 4, like the exports are fucking broken. Every time it kind of drives me nuts. Show me! Show me my exports! Show me my fucking exports! You motherfucker. Oh my. Are you for real? Are you for real? Still no? Slightly frustrating. Slightly. Tiny bit. Look. Nuts. It's nuts that this can break for no fucking reason. And it's something you won't see. That's one of the worst aspects. You won't see it. It will not be visible. It will only be visible when you launch the game and it breaks. This is nuts. Anyway. Okay. So there is a transition that I don't enjoy particularly. Right there. We do this, we do this. Okay, now it's not too bad. It's not too bad. And you can see what it is. It works very well, right? We don't have access to it. I think I forced focus, maybe? Is that what I did? My refuse button and stuff. Yeah, that's what I did. So top and here. Top we can remove. Is it updating automatically? Yeah. Awesome. Specifics, you can do whatever you want. You can click on it. Not going to do anything. Accept it. Let's go. The buttons were still showing, right? Was it what I saw? Try again. Maybe the hover was actually causing a problem. Treasure. Maybe the hover was causing a problem. Okay, they are still showing for some reason. Love to know why. I'd love to know why. When we are hiding everything. Hide the treasure in the star. Reward button container. Oh, I'm doing the opposite of what I should be doing. No, this is correct. Sorry. So in finish. Reward button. Oh yeah, we are just not doing anything. Reward title, we are doing something. Set delay 0.2. Well, false. I don't need to do that in here. Doesn't matter. Am I scaling them? I could scale them. Sure. We could do scale. Vector 2.0. That in 0.2. The visible false and stuff is not really useful. Okay. This means that button container, we should probably pivot offset ratio 0.5, 0.5, and I think this is finally it. Cool. Isn't it cool? It is. It's not amazing, but you're trying to convince yourself this. Yeah, maybe. Except that delay on a null value. See? Why? From 0. Why are you doing this? Oh, this is why it doesn't. This is cool. Well, grab something random. Let's do there. What do we have? Final one. I think there is a slight delay that might be slightly weird. Click. Show. No, that's okay. Boom. Then we have. Okay. Have our little dude right there. Spider temp. Oh, we need to change the name. We need to find a name for the spider, actually. Chances and vowels. Dropping a special letter. This is shit. I prefer to have On the last request, you have that. W. I already have space. Nice. Cool. Each time a letter is used, +1 to its value. For a special letter into 2 random letters. That could be used. And let's go. No special gem or letters are spawned. Oof. Sad. Sad. We can enchant a letter. We can look at what we have. So that's pretty cool. That works well. I think we can do that. How are you doing, Peacebreaker? Can I put that over here? Progress Manager. Say Progress Manager and up. Fix typo. Then have this that's done. Treasure item anim finished. Alive. I have no intention of killing today. Nice. Nice. You actually need at the ready function. In the ready function, we need to remove this that was used for testing. Okay. Treasure. I am done with the treasure and need to fix the bars. Awesome. Have here an extension. There's an update, but it's not showing. Anyway. Okay. This is cool. Do I take the small break to look at the 4.7 stuff now? Or do I do more content first? It depends what is my priority. One thing I can do, or is it the right good? I do 4.7. It's the dev one, and move. I can go and download the newest dev 4 Linux, and it's downloading. It's really slow recently, but I think it's GitHub. Their download is fucking. What makes you happy? You know I'm going to come in and trash talk regardless of your. Yeah. Basically, what I want to do is there's a video I want to make for Godot 4.7 that talks about how to animate using the new features, and I wanted to like not even do it, just take like 15 minutes to note what kind of use case we wanted to talk about, something like that. Maybe get some feedback from you guys, like knowing what you would find interesting or not. Oh, that's why. The spider stuff. I counted the spider done, but realistically, the spider is still need a name. But I don't know if I wait a little bit or if I do it now. And I don't think people are super reactive now. Could be be worth waiting a little bit. I could start. I could go and finish the things I was doing yesterday. The new type mismatch scale vector 2. The new roles cannot set delay on a null value. Okay, so that was earlier. Nearest neighbor 3D scaling also seems pretty nice, especially for low poly PS1 NDS style games. As like a default feature? Is that what you're saying? I missed it, I guess. Because it has always been possible, but through a viewport. So are you saying that it's like you can select the scaling to be nearest neighbor now? That seems pretty cool. It means we don't need the viewport trick anymore. The thing is, I think we will always need the viewport trick because it's just simpler to set up post-processing on top of it. But it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Is it going to be better than applying it on the viewport texture? It's probably the same, I guess. But maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to see if it makes a big difference, like if it changes the way we work. But I'm not sure. Waterblad. Okay, fixed name of spider. Find real name. Put in localization. Okay, let's go back to the tasks are getting smaller and smaller. This is cool. Also, there was the III initiative, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know. If you guys have seen anything interesting, don't hesitate to let me know. I looked at it really quickly. A bunch of games that I was already aware of, to be honest. So nothing particularly new. A bunch of games that were already announced and stuff. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Some interesting games. You feel bad as an indie. You feel bad when you watch the III initiative because it's basically big indie games, right? Basically big indie games, and you can feel the difference. It's typically the thing that people will say, "Oh yeah, that's an indie game," and you're like, "Yeah." It's that close to not being. And it's another type, let's say. Another type of indie. But pretty cool. Look at what I saw. Look at what I just saw. Actually. We would like to thank Megacrit for another year of sponsorship, this time upgrading to Corporate Platinum. Here, we were supposed to post this earlier, but we were all busy playing Slay the Spire 2. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So Corporate Platinum, Megacrit, W4 Game JetBrains, and Buckshot Roulette, Mike Klubnica. I don't know how much is what is the price? You know what is the price for Corporate Platinum? Probably written somewhere. Corporate Platinum. Very cool indeed. My first coworkers just talked to me today, and that killing it is, oh my god. We're definitely not going to smoke. I cancelled it. So never. Foundation donate. One time, monthly. Being a corporate sponsor, find out more. That's it. Corporate Platinum. 36,000 a year. Oh my god, and there's also Patreon at 100,000 a year. Wow. I mean, compared to the amount of revenue they generated, Score Warrior. What is Score Warrior? How are they able to fucking drop 100k a year? We create our games with the mission to unite and excite people all over the world. Yeah. What are you doing? Total Battle. Total Battle? What the fuck? Strategy. Wow. Tough. They have one game and they drop 100k on Godot for supporting amazing open source projects. Godot Bevy, I don't know what this is, and I don't know. Dear EMUI, Axmol, multi-platform engine for mobile, desktop, WebAssembly, and Xbox. Okay. And even ARM is just corporate gold. Ha! Hey, look who we have in corporate silver. We have Blobfish, this is Brotato, Evil Trout, I don't know who they are, Bipin Bits, PVKK, and all the games. Sentry, pretty cool. I need to move my ass and do a sponsorship with them. They're pretty cool. Evil Trout, the creative studio dedicated to producing and designing puzzling and mysterious games that leave a lasting impression. The root trees are dead. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's go. When the battle is total. Isn't Relogic the Terraria guys? Maybe. I think he talked about supporting the engine even though he's not using it or something like that. Wait, are you not going to GodoCon or whatever? I'm not going, yeah. I'm not going, I cancelled. It's too expensive. Finally too expensive for me. So I decided to not go. Okay, so we try Godot 4.7, Dev 4 after that, okay? We'll give it a try later. See what we can do. For now, I need to go on the rock. I need to go on the rock. And when we destroy ourselves... we are going to decide... what are you not going to do? Just another coffee to get us to pay for it? No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to ask, even if, like, it not. I would need way too many donations to make it viable, and it's realistically, it's not just money. Money is the biggest part. Is the biggest reason why I'm not going. But on top of that, it's just also. It was also just super stressful to have the GodoCon in the middle of my last push to release Lexispell. I've already pushed the release 2 times. I don't want to push it again. So I decided, you know what, I just need to I just need to realize that it's not going to work. If you were an American, you would have used pity to get that money already. Yeah, maybe. No, but it's better that I don't go. Honestly. Another year. I get that. This is, you were talking about only person. You have at least 5 more times you can push it. No, I don't want to. I don't want to because I'm already completely. I've already destroyed my schedule, and the thing is, the more I push the release, the more I put myself in trouble for the rest of the year, which means potentially this could also push Obol releases. Obol release, sorry, and I don't want that, and I want to have a little bit of time to experiment with new things. I don't have my next game. I don't know what I'm doing exactly. I'm not sure. So I want some time to experiment, and when I'm that close to a release, I don't feel like I have time, unfortunately. No matter if it's true or not, my brain doesn't want to cooperate, and it feels really bad. I thought your next game was incremental. It probably is, but I don't even know. I don't even know what it is. I am not sure. And even if I had decided, I still need to prototype it and like do the little things that you do at the beginning, the little exploring before you commit to an idea. To be honest with you, To be honest with you, doing an incremental is not really exciting for me. I'm not thinking about doing an incremental at the moment. So if I do it, it's purely for the money, or not purely, but it's in big part for the money, because it's getting difficult, money-wise. I will not fuck up an incremental game. I'm glad Mega Crate has been so successful with Slade Spire 2. Really seems like Godot is having its big break. Yeah, I think it has been cooking for a while, to be honest, Waterblad. I think, as an indie, especially working with mostly 2D games, I think that Godot has been viable for like years now. It's not something new. Even with Godot 3, it was already viable. For 3D, it's a bit different. It was a bit rough around the edges, and it still is, especially if what you want is higher fidelity. But again, for most indies, especially if you're doing with a simple aesthetic or retro aesthetic or low poly or whatever, it's already more than you need. So I think it's just culminating right now, right? We have a bunch of successes, a huge success like Megacrit is doing. But when you think about it, what Megacrit is doing with Slade Spire 2 is nothing crazy. Like, I'm not judging the game itself, but the features it requires. I think most game engines can do that, even simpler ones. It's not pushing Godot to its limits, right? It's a relatively simple game. When you look at how it is made, it's just a bunch of sprites. Visually, it's relatively simple. It's not even like crazy shaders and whatnot. So making Slade Spire 2 in Godot 3 was already possible, right? But yeah, we from the outside perspective, we are talking more and more about Godot, so it's probably helping a lot. If you're not excited about it, then don't do it. I think excitement is way more important than just doing it for the money, because doing it for the money translated to a boring game. I don't think so, Peacebreaker. I disagree. And this is a very cool way of seeing life, and I would love to see it that way all the time. And that's kind of already what I'm doing with my life, right? I'm already making the choice of doing things that I love instead of having a corporate job that wouldn't pay me much better. So I'm already doing that. I'm already doing something like that. I'm already taking that risk. I don't think I can do it in every situation. I think it's okay, and I prefer to work on a game that I find slightly less interesting, or should I say, it's not that it's less interesting, it's less fulfilling, right? It's less fulfilling. I want to do horror games that are much more interesting in my idea, and much more fulfilling creatively. And I don't see it. I could also probably do it with an incremental game, but I don't see it. I can't think about how to do it, right? So I think it's okay. I think it's okay doing something that you are interested in slightly less, but it actually will pay you. That's fine, right? How are you going to gauge the game is fun if you're not enjoying the game? Not enjoying, you enjoy playing. Like me trying to write a song, if I'm not a musician, I can do it, yes, but it's not going to be the same. I think you're reaching a little bit far right now. First of all, I'm a game developer, so I kind of know, right? Second, I enjoy incremental games. I enjoy playing them. Third, I will enjoy making it, just like I enjoy making stuff in general. It's just, if I can compare to the other things I can do in my life, the other projects I want to tackle in game dev, I have other games or other genres or other ideas that are slightly more exciting. That's it. But it's part of the deal. It's really part of the deal. As an indie, you don't necessarily, as anyone, in fact, you don't necessarily work on the things that is the most exciting to you. Because it might be too hard, it might cost too much money, it might be too risky, whatever. Right? So it's fine. And again, my decision is not nothing is set in stone right now. That's what I told you I want to have time. I want to have time to figure things out. A little bit of time, not like month, but just a few days where I feel like I don't have a deadline very soon, so I can just faff around and do stuff and see what sticks and what not and what doesn't. So don't take what I say with like for certain. I don't know if I'm going to work on an incremental or not. I don't know. I just don't fucking know. And that's the frustration I'm trying to express. It's very hard to think about future things and be a bit creative and stuff when you are constantly in that very stressful area where you have a deadline arriving soon and you need to release a game. It's just that. And I realize now that trying to release Lexispell so close to Hyperslice was a small mistake. It has been horrible. I don't enjoy it as much as I could. But it's part of the deal also. I kind of need the money. So it's fine. It's totally fine. I think it's the idea that you should not work on something if you absolutely don't love it. If you're not like fully in love with the idea. I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid because it's just a way to be a perfectionist again and not do anything. Or just seek failure. There is always, as a business, as an entrepreneur, as a developer, whatever, you are always going to have, at some point in your career, you have to do things that you don't fully love. And it's fine. Sometimes you do it for money, sometimes you do it for experience, sometimes, whatever, right? I'll have to agree to disagree on this one. This might be one of the better in-person conversation. I'm sorry, Peacebreaker, but the biggest difference is that I'm doing it. I'm doing it and you're not. So it's not that your opinion immediately is invalidated because you don't do it, but I'm telling you that the difference is I think I know what I need to do to survive in that area, and I feel like I can't take the risk to do something that has less potential, right? You see what I mean? And so it's very easy as an outside person to say, oh no, work on the thing that you love. Just do that. Just do for the love of the process and the idea. Just do what you really love. It is very easy to say that because you are not the one taking the risk, right? I'm not saying that to it's not I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to give you my perspective. I'm in a much riskier position. That's why I said it's probably better in-person conversation, because I don't think I expressed everything related to what I said. One thing. Okay. No problems. I see. Nope, too late. I already carved Mr. Elliptic will make an incremental game into a stone slab. It means you have to do it. The slab says so. You will present the slab to people. You will be on a slight hill. People will be gathering at the bottom, looking at you, a little bit confused, and you will come with the slab and say, "The slab has spoken. Mr. Elliptic will make an incremental game," and people will be like, "What is an incremental game? I don't know, but he has to do it apparently." This is crazy. Speaking of crazy, guys, I need to show you something. If you are into horror game, I have something for you. Fuck, where do I find it? I have removed it from here, but I can view my wish list, I guess. Speaking of wish list, you should wish list Hyperslice, Lexispell, everything, you know. Pumpin' Jack? Is that a joke? Date added. Prove You're Human. Prove You're Human looks cool. From the III initiative, I can show you that maybe. Tico, I have added this. I have added Tico. Oh yeah, because it was juicy as fuck. Let me show you. Let me show you that. So Prove You're Human, announced at the III initiative. Looks really cool. An AI dares to dream she is human. You've been hired to put her in her place. So that looks interesting. I will let you judge if you like it or not. I've played this Brain Shell, and my mind was blown away. Blown away or blown? I don't know. If you like retro aesthetic horror games, play this. Play this. Go blind. Play it. The demo is like 5-10 minutes, maybe. It's very short. Visually, incredible. The sound design, the music, amazing. And it's kind of like a teaser for the actual game, I feel like. So it's not that much interactive, you will see. But holy shit, like visually and stuff, it doesn't look like much when you look at this. It doesn't look like much. But I promise, it was super fucking cool. It's really inspiring, and I love everything about it. The small interactions, the small storytelling in the game and stuff, amazing. Really, really enjoyed it. And this is just super juicy, so I added to my wishlist. I don't even think I care about this game. But I was like, holy shit, everything is moving everywhere. I like it. This is juicy. I put it on my wishlist. My wishlist is also acting as an inspiration board. It's kind of a problem. I think no one is debating it. It won't be the same. It is just something we need to do. I know plenty of musicians who work for bands playing styles they don't enjoy, but they pay the bills. Yeah. The difference from creating something from scratch, and like I said in conversation where I can say one thing, now about saying everything related to it sounds like I'm only saying your feelings is all that matters. And anyone who knows me in person knows that I'm very much a practical person. Follow your feelings time. Yeah. The relevant difference is the amount of commitment. The reasoning is the same. You're balancing things you love with things that allows you to make a living. Yeah. And I can understand, I think, the difference. I think everyone agrees that when you do work for someone else, right? Whether you are, whether it is a full-time job or you're doing a freelance gig or something, I think most people would say, yes, of course, you're going to do things that you don't particularly enjoy. Some people might push that even further and say, you're going to do things that are slightly against your values. Some people will actually push their values a bit further for money. Not necessarily in a greedy way, but in a survival way, right? You might accept a job with a company you don't like or with who you don't align, or you might accept a sponsorship or whatever, because you actually need the money to survive. And honestly, that can be fair, that can be understandable. In the case of a game, I think as an indie, it's less of a problem to work on something that you... Again, it's not something that I don't care about. I like incrementals. Otherwise, I would not even think about doing it. For example, I'm not thinking about doing a visual novel, even if it's hot, because I don't care about visual novels, right? But incrementals, it's just that it's not what I want to do right now, and I want something that fulfills me creatively a bit more. With Hyperslice, I realized that I was not fulfilling that very much. With Lexispell, I'm not fulfilling that very much. Those are games that are centered around the actual gameplay and stuff. Incremental would also not fulfill that creative part as much. It would fulfill it a bit, but not as much as some of the horror games ideas that I want to explore, right? And maybe that's fine. You know, maybe that's fine. Maybe I will find it's also difficult because we are talking about a few months of commitment on an idea, especially an incremental. Realistically, you can expect like 6 months maybe of development maximum. So it's not that big of a deal. If I think and if it's proving me that it will make enough money, I can do that. And maybe I can also do it knowing that I have other needs and find ways to express those things. For example, by doing very small jams where I do something creative that I want to try. And so I just have to be aware of that. An actual visual novel or a random collection of smut discussed as visual novel, very threadbare facsimile of a plot. I don't know. I don't know. I'm out, got a meeting for 2 hours. Okay, goodbye. But that's the difficult part about being an indie, right? I think ideally you do things that you love, and some people have done that, and some people have been very successful. And you could argue that something that you love is always going to be better than something that you don't. And intrinsically, I think we can agree on that. Like, potentially it can be better. Like, it can be an actual better product. It depends how you want to look at that better, but anyway. But it doesn't mean it's going to be better commercially. That's the problem, right? That is the problem. Commercially, it might be worse. And at some point, especially if you're that close to closing your studio or to having to go back to a full-time job, it might be good to not do that. It might be good to find a way to make it work, basically. That's the idea, right? And in the past, what I was doing is I was working outside of that. I was doing more YouTube videos. I was doing more freelance work, but I want to avoid that as much as possible. I think what I prefer to work on a game that I enjoy less. And again, less is very relative. It doesn't mean that I don't enjoy it. It means less. It can be slightly less. I prefer that and make enough money to continue than to work on something that I absolutely love, but I have to work on the side to make it work. I have to do more freelance and stuff, right? I prefer to do that, and I know some people would not agree with this. Some people will make the choice to work on their dream game and spend years working on the stuff while they work another job. But I don't want that. I really don't. My cat looks at me weirdly. Hey, Spookman, how are you doing? In your honest opinion, would you recommend an action platformer as a first game dev project? Not even Metroidvania, just a standard 2D action platformer. Commercial or a hobby? If you want a real answer, I need to ask you multiple questions. Commercial or hobby? As a first project, in the sense that you will learn game dev that way, or you already know game dev and it's just the first game that you want to properly finish. And I think those are the most important things. Because commercially, I think it's very hard. It's not impossible. There are some examples out there, but I think it's just very hard. Because making a good platformer that is interesting to people, it's definitely something challenging. And it's not a hot genre. And it's a difficult one. It's like really difficult. I think people underestimate how difficult it is to make a good 2D platformer. 2D action platformer. Start with the smallest game possible. Yeah, exactly. And so when you're saying 2D action platformer, you're actually making two games in one, right? You're making a platformer and you're making the action part. So that seems like a lot already, right? That seems like a lot. And as a learning experience, I mean, it's always cool. It's always cool. You will learn a bunch of stuff, but it's really difficult. Failing to make a good platformer is a good educational experience that everyone should go through. Releasing one, yeah. I made my first game from a game jam, which was my first game with Godot, was a platformer, and it was relatively bad in many aspects. In many aspects, it was bad, and I learned a bunch of stuff. But I think I would learn as much by doing another game. So realistically, if it's a learning experience, then it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you're making a platformer or not, because whatever you do, you're going to learn stuff. I would go with something smaller because you learn faster, but hey. I know at least 2 streamers who have been working on a platformer for 3 years now. One of them is currently online. Okay. 3 years. Oh my god. Are you talking about, who is live right now? Megabat? Is he live right now? Is he streaming again? The, what was the name? Minori? Yeah, you're talking about Grumble, yeah. But he has a job on the side, right? I don't think he's expecting the game to be his breakout success that will allow him to be full-time. If I'm correct. And NPC, I don't even know what he's doing at that moment. Is he still working on his platformer? I think it did pretty poorly, unfortunately for him. What was the name? Memori? Mori? Fuck, what is it? Working on a game for 3 years and isn't actually what you want for your first game. No, totally. No, realistically, a first game should be a few months, I think. A few months. A few months of planned time that will turn into nearly a year. Because the thing is, everything is new, everything is hard, so it will take more time than you think. It's Memori. It's in early access. Is he still working on it? A platformer in early access is kind of interesting. Can we see the last update? Last recorded update, April 3rd. Okay. It's still in development, apparently. It didn't do that well, right? TeamDB is telling me 2.3k estimated revenue. He had a Kickstarter at some point, but it was not a lot of money also. Yeah. It's difficult. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. Not forget about Fist of the Forgotten, no pun intended. God knows how many years he's been playing that game. Yeah, how is he making enough money? Is he working on something else on the side? I don't think so, right? He was in the industry for a while, but I think he quit to make Fist of the Forgotten. And now his shooter game. But even the shooter game has been in development for what, 2 years now? Maybe he's still doing some freelancing on the side, or he has enough money on the side, I don't know. I think he's just on saving. Ow. Ow. Crazy. But he has it doesn't surprise me because he seems to have a very high level high requirements, right? He has like freaking the level of polish that he wants from his games seems to be fucking nuts. Firebilly mentioned yesterday he's running out of money. Yeah, I was surprised. You know why I was surprised? But I guess it depends where you live and how much things you have. Because I make very little money, and I've been making very little money for the past like 5 years, and I'm doing it. And when Firebilly shared his numbers about the courses, when I saw how much he was making, I was like, holy shit. But I guess it also depends like what is your monthly expenses, and if you have a house, or if you have a high if you're paying for an apartment or something that's pretty costly, or I don't know. If you're not in the US, I guess that helps. Totally. Yeah. But yeah. And also, running out of money, honestly, can make a lot of different things. I don't know Firebilly. We never talked really or whatever, so I have no idea. But he looks like someone that would be very, how can I say that? He looks like someone that is very organized and very thoughtful. He's not like faffing around and doing bullshit things, and like he looks like he somewhat knows what he's doing, right? Even the courses, he was doing them as like a business. He was not like just, oh, I want to do a course, it's fun. It's like, it can be a business, I'm doing it, it gives me money, and then I can focus on games, whatever. So, where was I going with this? Yeah, so running out of money could mean I look at my expenses, I look at my revenue, and I see that in 6 months from now, if I don't make revenue until then, if my game is not released, then it's going to be a problem, right? And for other people, running out of money is I literally don't have money, and I will not eat at the end of the month. It can mean so many different things, running out of money. When I say running out of money, personally, I am running out of active money, like in my direct, like accessible bank account. I'm running out of money. I have a bit of money still on the side, but that is supposed to be money that I don't want to use, right, for the future. So for some people, they would say, oh, you're not running out of money because you have that. Yeah, sure, but if I start using this and I don't change what I'm doing, then I will actually be running out of money, and I will have like literally zero. But as an independent, I have to have a bit of money on the side, in case I'm struggling even more, right? But I'm already losing money every month. That's what I mean. That's the idea when I say I'm running out of money, and more than I thought. Running out of budget might be a better fit for some people. Yeah, totally. Because for many people, they will not do game dev, or they will not pursue their stuff, their projects, until they have literally $0 in the bank account, right? They will do it until the allocated money for that specific project is running out, which means that at the end, they still have a bit of money, so they can find another job or try something else and whatnot, which honestly would be a better idea than to go full on, have zero money at the end, and be like, okay, I'm fucked. Like, I don't want to find myself in that situation where I have literally €0 on my bank account, and I can't afford food or something. It's kind of crazy. But I'm going in that direction if I don't count the small, because realistically I don't have a huge amount, but I'm going in that direction if I don't count the small amount of money I have on the side, which is which theoretically is my savings. My savings or the future. Just go on and try to get your bank account to underflow until infinite money glitch. Yeah, exactly. I think we should do that. We have to try at least. We have to try. We have to freaking try. So if you have that, actually, this is not what we want to do. We want to do res. It's an upgrade resource. If res, we need to check. We need to do chance. If res and rendef inferior to res dot chance value. We want to spawn some money, and we want to know how much. Res action. Amount, and we need to spawn some money in here. Let's check how we're doing it. Because I don't even know. Get content. Is it waiting? Oh my god. It's adding like sims at the end. Is that a problem? I don't think. That might not be a problem. So yeah. Money. Crazy. It's crazy. All of that was started by, is it a good idea to do a platformer? So what is the true answer to that? Maybe. It depends. It's always like that. It's always it depends. Ah no, I can already spawn the amount. I don't have to do. That's pretty useful. Could we try? I guess. Holy beach vibe. Hello, I am emo. Holy beach vibes. So let's try. What is the name in your opinion? Do you remember what is the name of that shit? Rocky. I don't remember. I don't remember. Hey, where are you here? Additive, advantage, adventure, alchemy, alchemy. Daddy. Gambler, order, honeypot. Rocks have 1 in 20 chance of giving 1 Lexims when destroyed. Honeypot. I don't even know if we have time to see it. I don't even know if we have time to see it. Because it's destroying stuff automatically. because of the value. The value. Val. Hello, my name is Val. Val. Let's do 1,000, you know. Let's do 1,000 so we have time to see what's happening. So, anything interesting you've seen from the III initiative? Maybe you didn't watch it. Honestly, I felt a little bad. I started watching it on YouTube. I didn't finish it yet. I started feeling a little bad because the quality of the games that are shown, you know, it's labeled the same, you know. It's labeled the same as what I do. We are both what they are doing and what I'm doing. We are all of us. We are indie devs. And I'm seeing some of the things and I'm like, what? What do you mean? I did all my work. Might last 30 minutes. Ow. You did all of your work? I didn't. Chronic, there's an H somewhere, right? Fuck. Donor, like the kebab, no? Don. Don't indie devs, they're firmly AA. Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Zach, for saying that. That helps. I feel less bad. No, some of them were indie. Like some of them were really small, but they were just successful devs, right? For example, you have Brotato announcing the DLC. The next DLC. Brotato, the dev is still an indie dev, but I mean, indie. He's still a mostly solo dev, let's say, probably, but he's just swimming in cash, which makes life a little different. So the initial announcement on the III thingy, and thought it was just a marketing play by some publishers. Wasn't interested in at all, neither as dev nor as a player. I don't know if it's something for the publishers. As a player, it's definitely interesting if you want high quality indie games. Indie game, right? It's definitely a bunch of cool stuff. But I don't know. So far, I'm not getting a lot of money from those freaking rocks. Is it too small? Is the probability too small? It might be. I don't have a fucking why. Why? I lost? Oh my god, this is awful. It shouldn't do that. Oh, you know why I'm not seeing it? Maybe because I don't have the right thing. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Give me money. Give me money. Now, the new Castlevania game. That is looking great. It looks fucking smooth. Yeah. It was announced in a previous thing a while ago. And when I saw it, and it was made by the guy that made from Evil Empire that made recently the Rogue Prince of Persia. I was like, holy shit. Oh, it's going to be good. The Rogue Prince of Persia is so freaking cool. I really loved it. It's going to be truly great. And I'm reiterating my question. I'm re-asking my question I asked yesterday in case some of you have an answer. I'm looking for a game that would be skate plus parkour. Do you see something that could fit that description, right? Do you think that description? Do you think, like, if you know Oli Oli World, the 2D game, the 2D skate game, I'm kind of looking for something like that, but in 3D. And I'm saying this because I played Skate Story. Super cool game. Beautiful game. Cool story, cool visuals, cool gameplay. And some of the levels, some of the parts almost feel like doing parkour with a skateboard. And on top of that, you can add some style, you know? So I'm imagining a skateboard game where the main idea is that you have to navigate stuff, right? So you have to jump from spot to spot, you have to use the rail to not fall, avoid hazards, etc. The main idea would be doing parkour, doing platforming with skates. And then on top of that, you can add some style by doing tricks and stuff. Skate 3 plus Mirror's Edge. Yeah, kind of. That would be the idea, I think. Do you know if a game like that exists? This looks great. I find animating UI in Godot so tough. This is like magic. Thank you. It is not magic. It is, honestly, it's easier than you think, I think. But stay tuned, because we are going to take a look at Godot 4.7, and I'm going to show you a bunch of stuff. UI is going to be even easier to animate. Not really what you're looking for, but I'm thinking of ABZ, BB, Abzu. Abzu. Gameplay. In Abzu, the player takes the role of a diver in a vast ocean. After waking up floating on the ocean surface, the diver begins exploring the surrounding underwater okay. As the game progresses, the diver unlocks new areas and pursues secrets. Divers course through the game flows of linear path through interconnected areas filled with marine life. The player directs the diver through the environment using the full analog control, able to interact with the environment to solve switch and item-based puzzles. Okay. I don't want the puzzle-based. I want, like, purely platform-based, but I see. From the developers of Journey. Okay, yeah. Sounds like you want Jet Set Radio. I don't think I want Jet Set Radio. I have played... what is the new title that was trying to replicate the vibes of Jet Set Radio? Because I have played it. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Yeah. I feel like it's still too close to Tony Hawk. I have the impression. Like I'm really imagining, but maybe I don't know. I'm imagining something that is closed, right? Not like an open world, not like... I'm imagining basic routes where maybe you have a few options, but you really have to complete a level. And the level is difficult because you have to time your jumps correctly, you have to grind at the right time, maybe do some wall jumps and stuff. And that would be the core gameplay. Because it somewhat feels cool to do it with a skateboard. Especially because you can add some style. You see, something frustrating about... Is it frustrating? I don't know. But something... Okay, I have an example. You should just make Ultra Kill with skateboards. Exactly. I'm going to show you why... I think you're going to understand what I mean. If you look at skate games, usually skate games are only about scoring stuff, right? So you are really encouraged to do crazy stuff all the time, to a point where you might actually do a bunch of tricks on the floor without anything special, just because you want to keep that multiplier high. And usually they are too stiff to make the platforming that interesting, right? Or because the goal is to score, you don't have very intricate parts where you have to time things correctly and whatnot. So then, to have that kind of feeling, you have 2D platformers where the moveset is very precise, and the goal is to be super precise with your jumps and stuff like that, and it's difficult, and you usually restart a bunch of time to manage to beat one level. But then, on those games, the moveset is limited, so you can't really express yourself, right? So then you have movement games. Maybe Mario, especially Mario Galaxy and stuff like that, would be part of this. We have a bunch of them nowadays. I don't play a lot of them, but even Pizza Apocalypse and stuff like that. The moveset is very extended, and you have multiple routes, and you're kind of more free to do whatever you want. So it's less about being punishing, it's more about being stylish, right? Well, I kind of want a mix of those things. Use the fact that skating is quite cool. It can go really fast, but it can be precise. You have a bunch of movements that you can do, like you can slide, you can probably tuck and go below stuff. You could rail, you could grind, you could do wall rides, etc., etc. And so I want that in cool levels, but because it's skating, you can do tricks that are useless. You don't need to do those tricks. So if you struggle, you don't do tricks at all. You just complete the game as like parkour mode or platform mode, as a platformer. But the better you are, you can actually flex your skill, not just by going really fast, as someone would in Celeste, for example, but you can actually flex by doing tricks. And you can increase the difficulty of a game by doing a lot of fucking tricks for no fucking reason. It sounds like you're looking for a game that really focuses on hitting that flow state with its traversal. I'm gonna give you another example. I think I agree, and I'm going to give you another example that I think can help. Surf in CS kind of does that a little bit, but again, the expression with the moveset is limited. But in Surf, the surfing itself can be difficult, and sometimes it's so difficult that you need to retry a bunch of time to make it work. But when you're good enough, you can actually express yourself by the way you're going to do the curves and stuff, and even like do 360s for no fucking reason. It's exactly why people started doing trick shots in Call of Duty, right? Because Call of Duty itself was too easy, and they wanted to express themselves. And one of the way was to do useless stuff and still do the kill. And this is what I want. I want that, but with skating. Skating? Isn't skating the... I don't know, you get the idea, right? Slightly off topic, if anyone is interested in arcade skateboard game Godot, check out Cheapskate. Very early in development by a former Neversoft dev. Cheapskate. Cheapskate on Steam. I saw a YouTube video talking about expressive platformers, which is what you're describing, I think. Exactly, and I saw the video too. So yes and no. Yes and no. Why no? Because it would be not expressive in the same way. It would be expressive in the way that you can do useless, seemingly useless movement just for style, just to get more points. Whereas in expressive platformers, you can do useless movements just for the fun of it, but it's more that to complete the level, there is no right way. You can just explore things in different ways, right? Whereas in the game I'm thinking, the platforming would still be challenging, and you would have less routes. It's not like you could... I don't imagine a skate game where you can do weird trick shots where you have a triple jump and then you can dash and then you can throw your skateboard and then go on it and then jump. And you see what I mean? You would not have that very crazy moveset, but you would have a lot of variety in the moveset because of the tricks. So basically it would be a different kind of expression. And I'm sure this can work. But I want someone to do it. Why? Because making a skate game is difficult. Like doing the tricks and all of that, it's difficult. I don't think I necessarily want to do it. And then on top of that, platforming is difficult. So I don't want to do that myself. Would you go for gyro controls? What do you mean, gyro controls, Zach? So, you see what I mean? For example, imagine this game, right? This is a good example, I think. Imagine this game. The problem that I see in here is that it's a skate game first. It's not a platform game. So, all of the elements that are here are obstacles that are just here to help you do more score, to do more tricks. And what I'm imagining is you could grab this exact location. This is lava, or the void. This is spikes, and then it transforms the entire route. Instead of being able to do tricks everywhere and do whatever you want, you have to focus on the parkour. If you struggle, you just go here, you do a jump, and you arrive there. Good. If you are good at what you're doing, maybe you arrive here, you do a manual, you do a trick, you grind, you do a complex trick, you grind again, you do a complex trick, you manual in here, and then you exit. And you see the difference in expression? So instead of speedrunning, instead of telling people, hey, it's a speedrunning game, it's like a style running game, right? It's a style running game. You can do the same thing as other people, but you can have a much higher score because you were able to do some fucking crazy tricks on top of the platforming. And that's kind of already what some people are doing in those skating games, I feel like. But they're forcing themselves to do it, and they don't necessarily have the comparison that you would have in a platforming game. And so why did I think of that? Because Skate Story has moments that are not super difficult, but okay, you see? Skate Story has moments where it's kind of getting there. This, for example, this is a ramp. In here you don't die, but in here you would die. On the side you would die. In here, you have to close that gap. You have different ways of doing it. You can do a big jump right over there. You can go here and grind. And as you're doing that, as you're doing the basic platforming, you can express yourself. And I'm sure that out there on the internet, we have people doing a full playthrough of Skate Story with a bunch of crazy tricks all the way through. I think your overall score is being calculated at all time. You're scoring points, and at the end, you actually have a score. So I'm pretty sure some people are just trying to reach freaking crazy scores. But Skate Story is more based on the story itself, so it's not difficult. The platforming is rarely difficult. Most of the time when you restart because you died because of the platforming, is because you were trying to do something crazy and you missed the turn or whatever. Most of the time it's not that hard. So I'm imagining a platforming that is harder, closer to what you would have in Celeste. Like precision, in a way. Maybe even harder than... you talked about Mirror's Edge before. The last time I played this game was a while ago, so I don't really remember. But from what I remember, Mirror's Edge is not really that difficult, right? It's more you get into a flow. But I don't think you have to restart the level 15 times to beat it, unless I'm remembering wrong, right? And so I'm looking for a game like that. I have this itch I bet there are some old tribes custom maps that would fit the exact vibe you're describing. Okay. Gyro controls, everyone except Microsoft is putting gyroscopes in their controllers these days, but indie devs usually don't do much with them. I was asking if you would in theoretical skateboard parkour game. I mean, I'm not sure how, but yeah, I'm definitely interested. I think gyro control is pretty cool, especially for aiming in with a gamepad. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. And so cheap steak is cool. It looks like Skate, but more focused on the actual tricks and stuff. It was cool. Browser engine coding UI. What is Cakes doing? Cakes really has too much money. That's it. He's able to do bullshit thing instead of or not. He's just working on pixel art. I don't know. Mirror's Edge goes deep if you get into chapter speedruns, etc. Okay. But in going fast, right? It's more about going fast. I think I like some Zek, you suggested ultra kill with skateboard. I think that's kind of a one way to talk about it, right? It's kind of one way to talk about it. It's ultra kill. It's the scoring mixed with. What do we have as an example of parkouring in 3D? We don't have that many examples, right? Of good parkour in 3D. Keepstake, the devs said they want to make the game not as arcadey as THPS, but also like not like a simulation. So an in-between. $70 more THPS. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. I played Skate a bit. I enjoyed it. But that was a bit bland. It was a bit, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't exist, right? I love Skate 3. I hate here. Yeah. Honestly, if making a Skate controller was not that difficult, I would make it for a jam. I would try to prototype my idea for a jam just to get a feeling to see if it actually works or not. But I don't know. I think it would need to be a little bit crazier. I think it would need to be a little bit crazier than, for example, how the skating works in Skate Story. It would need to be a little bit more arcadey, with like 2 levels of controls. You see what I mean? Kind of like what you have in Celeste. Celeste, you can play it with the normal controls, and it's fine. You can beat the game, and it's okay. And then you can kind of use the advanced controls with like the wave dash and the I don't know how they're called, but the slide thingy, whatever. And you can go faster and longer and all of that. This would be cool. We'll probably start with just rail grinds without the full skateboard controller. Yeah. Honestly, this would actually scratch a niche that I've been having for a while. I had this idea. For a while, I was really thinking of doing more VR work, because I saw it as I don't think it's necessarily still the case, but I think VR for a moment was definitely a place where you could make a bunch of money with simple games, simply because people have bought headsets and stuff. So it's probably people with some amount of money, because really you have to put like from between $300 to more than $1,000 into a headset. But there's not enough games, right? And I've seen some relatively simple games making quite a lot of money, also because the prices were were quite high. The market isn't as crowded in general. Exactly. Yes. So for a moment, I really thought I would do that, and I was doing some VR work for a client, so I was getting used to it a little bit, and I was like, you know what, it's definitely feasible. And one idea I had was a literal on-rail shooter, right? There are many rail shooters in VR, and the reason is, it's cool. It's actually cool. The fact that you aim with your arms, it's actually pretty cool. And so, while rail shooters are not really a thing anymore on PC, in VR they can make sense. But I was imagining a literal rail shooter where you would have a map and you would be on rails and you could switch between those rails. So it would not be like as static as those games, because the rail would be kind of like you would be parkouring on those rails. So you would have some sort of whip or grappling hook, and you would be able to grapple yourself between those different things to avoid things, to go and grab power-ups or whatever and shoot enemies and whatnot. So there's a bit of parkour, like spatial awareness. Where should I go? Where should I what is the best place to be to kill that enemy or to avoid that hazard? And there's a bit of shooting. So I still have that itch, because there is something very satisfying about being on a rail and grinding a rail and going between different rails. There is something about it, I don't know why, I like it. It's satisfying. All of that to say, this skateboard stuff where we go between rails and things, it could actually scratch the itch. Yeah. Without the full skateboard controller. Yeah. I think it's the tricks and things. It sounds tedious and difficult to make a good skateboard controller that feels great. And to do all of those tricks and stuff, I don't know. I don't even know how to approach it, and it seems big. And I don't particularly want to like nowadays if I work on a game, because theoretically I want to have a relatively short dev time if possible. I don't always manage, but the idea is a short dev time. If prototyping the game takes more than a day or 2 days, I don't know if I want to put that effort, you know? I don't know if I want to do that. But I could just do like the skateboard controller without the tricks. So you have like this behavior of rolling, and you go like this, and you can jump and you can go on rails. That would be the minimum required to see if it feels great. And then as you're doing it, you're like, oh my god, then you have the itch. I think I'm trying to picture myself playing that very bare-bone version of the game. And I think I have the itch to do tricks as I'm doing this parkour stuff, you know? I want to add those unnecessary movement to the mix for the style and to have more points. I feel like I want that, you know? It's like, and then you jump, and then here when you jump, you kind of want to do a little kickflip, right? Oh, and there you have you have like, I don't know, 3-4 meters in front of you and there's nothing critical. I kind of want to do a manual, or I want to do another trick. And as I'm jumping onto that rail, holy shit, I want to do another trick. Or maybe I just want to, for the style, I want to reverse and I want to switch. Want to see you taking a stab at creating the prototype. No, I don't want to. Please leave me alone. Given how many raycasts you do, or the amount of AK involved, I'd probably approach it in C++. Oh no, please no. No. That's horrible. That's horrible. Can you believe it? Handling all of the edge cases. You have to think about that before doing a prototype. Like, the idea is really cool, and that's why I want someone to do it. But doing a platformer controller is a lot of work. It is a lot of edge cases, because the basics are super easy to do. You want to do a dash, a jump, maybe a double jump. All of that is super fucking easy. Even like wall running and stuff, relatively easy. But then it's all of the edge cases, all of the little things to make the controller feel great. It's a lot of tuning, it's a lot of specific code to be like, okay, you're approaching that ledge at that speed, at that angle. Should I count it as a fail, or should I push you a little bit upwards so you're not catching that edge and stuff? It's a bunch of stuff like that. And then on top of that, you add the actual fucking skateboard. So now you have to know if you are on the rail, how are you approaching the rail, how should you grind, should you fail, should you whatnot. Horrible. I'm going to hire you and pay you to create this game. The problem is, who's going to give me the money I'm going to give you? Terrible. Terrible. And now, okay, because you know what is the cool thing about dreaming about a project, like thinking about the project and getting excited about it? What is cool about that is that we can imagine what we want and we don't have to do it. So now let's take that a step further. Let's take it a little bit further. How is it called? Speedrunners, the 2D game where you do platforming but with friends. You have a multiplayer mode. And it can be either competitive or not. You are on the same route, you're kind of jamming with friends on the same level. And that's cool, like, either you're trying to go faster than them, or you're trying to score more, or you're just trying to arrive at the end. Again, kind of like the feeling that you have in Surf, on those maps at 3 a.m. in the morning. You're playing Counter-Strike, it's dark, you're tired, you're on that map with a random guy, and you see them restart just like you. You're both struggling on the same map. And at some point, you reappear, but he doesn't. And he finally managed. He managed, right? He managed, he finished. So you continue. And then when you finally arrive at the end, he's there. He's waiting for you. He's waiting for you just before the finish line. You finished the course and he was waiting for you. And that's it, you made a friend. At 3 a.m. in the morning, on a random surf map. That's fucking amazing. Just ask AI to do it for you. Exactly. You just have to have a really good prompt, and it's fine. It'd be interesting to see how much hackery it'd take to add the GPU ID buffer you'd want for fast surfer sampling too. No, we would not do that. So, this is a cool project. I think this is a cool idea. I think it has potential. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would vibe with it. Skate is something very, very cool. People like that. You can go fast, you can be very technical, you can be very stylish. It's amazing. But it's too hard. It's way too fucking hard. And that's exactly why Oli Oli World is done in 2D, in my opinion. Because it makes the problem so much easier. I'm sure they're dreaming about making it in 3D. Maybe not, actually. Maybe they don't fucking care. But I would bet that they'd love to see that game in 3D. Why is there no fucking trailer on their Steam page? What is happening? Why is there no fucking trailer? Because this feels like what I want. But this is in 2D instead of 3D. So it's a bit easier. It feels less like Celeste. Because the big advantage in Celeste, it also works because momentum is not, it's not just purely about momentum, right? You change directions in Celeste. You don't always go to the right. Sometimes you do that and you do this and you have to do weird things. So in 2D you're kind of limited because if you have speed, you're not going all of a sudden to go in the opposite direction. But in 3D, you're not going to go in the opposite direction, but you're going to have branching path. You're going to have a path that goes up, a path that goes down. And so you have complexity in that you can't have the same complexity in the 2D version. Ah, that would be cool. You know what we forgot? You know what we forgot? One last thing. Why this game is difficult. We talked about the controller, right? Making a good controller is very difficult. But then there is a small problem. A very, very small problem. A very tiny problem. What is hard when you make a platformer? Once you have a good controller, and you never have a good controller, you always have to modify it. You have to level design. You have to fucking level design. And that is awful and takes forever. So please, this is a call to anyone out there. Please do that game for me, because I won't do it. I won't. I simply won't. I'm sad now. I'm sad. I'm sad because we know that we will never see that game. It will never see the light of day. Keep telling that yourself. Someone clip this for later. We will never see that. It will never happen. Can you believe it? Such a great idea that will never see the light of day. And for once, I think it's a real great idea. Because, let's be honest, we have a lot of ideas. Many of them are shit. I have a Notion full of ideas. I probably have like... The database is probably 300 ideas in there. Most of them are super bad. Most of them are super bad. But I think this one is pretty cool. Remind me 5 years. I'm really tempted to approach that problem as an indie. What does that mean? Where can I cut corners? If you want to make something like that, where should you cut corners? Can you cut corners in the animations? Can you make tricks relatively simple and still be satisfying and stuff like that? Is it possible? I know there is a skate game with a bird. How is it called? Skate bird? I guess. There is a skate game with a bird. How is it called? Skate bird. It's not the one I'm thinking about. This did very well, right? Considering how the skating part looks simple. So, this is interesting. This looks a bit janky, right? And yet, not having a humanoid on it is pretty clever, because that way you don't animate the legs and whatnot. But there is another game like that that is even more janky, even jankier. It's called Skate. I don't know. I know that there is another game, but I don't know how it's called. Remind me 5 years. No. I will never do it. I will never do it. I will never do it. Because realistically, if you don't have a humanoid to animate, the trick part is kind of easier, right? It's kind of way easier because you're just moving the board in a way. You still have to do crazy things. You still have to align your stuff to different surfaces and handle transfers and whatnot. That is painful. Now you have me wondering, is there a way to combine skateboarding and shooting in a way that feels like airplane dogfighting? I know a game that tries to do it. And it's called... I think it's called Red Snow. I know a game, I'm following a game that is trying to do it. I think it's this. Let me try. But there are two games like that I'm following. So I don't know if you will feel the same way as in plain dogfighting. It gets closer to the skating game, to the rollerblade game. How was it called? That was really cool. I loved it. The rollerblade game was amazing. Rollerdrome, exactly. Rollerdrome was super fucking cool. But Rollerdrome, you are inside of an arena, whereas in this, you go down a slope. So it's slightly different in that regard. Because in here, you have a bigger sensation of speed. Yeah, but Rollerdrome is really well made in that thing. And see, this is exactly what I'm saying. Rollerdrome is doing something interesting. The style part of Rollerdrome is both useful and for style. You need the style. You need the tricks and stuff because it's how you reload, right? But if you're really good, you can actually flex and do much more. And that is freaking nuts. So you could imagine in the skate game, you could imagine that. You could imagine having a dash or having a way to boost yourself and you recharge it by doing tricks. It could be. Maybe it wouldn't be good, but it could be a way. It could serve a purpose, right? Fun fact, Rollerdrome started as an entry for the GMTK Game Jam. Yeah, in 2D, right? They prototyped it in 2D, I think, originally. And when they saw that it was okay, they actually moved to 3D. And I think it didn't even win. It wasn't that successful in the jam. So Red Snow is kind of that, and Rollerdrome, of course, Rollerdrome is so good. Rollerdrome is so good. Oh, but they also don't have a trailer. What is happening? What is happening? There was a thing about it, right? It was bought by Fantastic. Don't pay for it, the money will not reach the creators. Find a way. Ah, yeah, that's true. They got... the game released, it was a success, and they got fired or something, right? Yeah, so pirate it if you want to play it. But it's so cool. It's so freaking cool. Oh my god. Okay, I'm okay. Let's focus. Shit. So either it's broken or it doesn't happen often enough. Let's try something. Let's try something. Instead of doing that, talking about skating on stream, no wonder it's derailing. I should do a stream, an IRL stream, where I skate. That would be horrible because I don't know how to skate. I try to learn, I try to do a kickflip, and I don't stop the stream until I'm doing a kickflip. And I'll take all of those ideas and cram them into Hyper Cafe prototype you made, put the player on roller skate, and make them deliver to people's car. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want to make games like these anymore. They are too hard to make. They require too much time, too much effort. And no, I want to, no. You know what? You know what? All of what we talked about, a lot of stuff. It made me realize I want to do a very simple, incremental game that generates a ton of revenue without that much effort. That's what I want to do. Thank you for reminding me. I understand myself better now. I grew as a tree. No, 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 it's too much work. It's too hard. It's too hard in a bad way, you know? It's too easy to not get rewarded. Okay, so that works. It was just a question of... the chain's value was super fucking low. So maybe we increase the chain's value a little bit. Right? Maybe we increase the chain's value. Maybe we go to 10%. Maybe we go to 10%. But actually it works. I mean, 10% might be a lot. No? We'll see. Okay, we have new ones to do. Be fun to make on a salary, less fun on savings. Exactly. Exactly. That's it. That's the thing. So these ideas, we put them on the side. We wait for a game or two that are making life-changing money, right? And then we start thinking about doing fun stuff again. Ah, fucking money. It's always money, right? Money, money, money. It's always I don't like that. Did I try the same letter cauldron? I think I did. Yeah. We finished it yesterday. Just putting it out to hit game or two. How hard could it be? Exactly, that's the goal. We do a hit game. Maybe two, just to be safe. Right? And then we continue. And we're like, okay. Skate plus parkour. We want guns in your skate plus parkour game? Sure. Put some guns. What? You want multiplayer? Multiplayer. Have you seen, talking about hit games, have you seen our little friend, Mike Klubnika? I don't like this guy. Mike, if you're listening to this stream, first of all, I don't think you are. I don't like you. I don't like you. You're too successful. So please stop. Please stop. You're making your little horror games like, yeah, you shoot people and you're making $5 million. No. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Stay with us. Stay down. Stay low. Struggle with us. How is that normal? This is not something we can do. You can't make a game that costs $3 and sell for the equivalent of $5 million. That's not how it works. You just don't do that. You mean the new sponsor of the engine? He's definitely sponsoring the engine, but he announced a new game for the III initiative. Is it not on Steam? Oh my god, where is it? What is happening? Oh, maybe there's no Steam page yet. Maybe the Steam page is not there yet. Okay, let me find it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Our new game, Machine Party, is a collection... Our new game, Machine Party, is a collection of violent party games for 2 to 4 players that all have lethal consequences, releasing late this summer. Machine Party. Why is it not appearing on his page? Ah, because it's upcoming release. I'm fucking stupid. And so unless I'm mistaking, he's making it with G. David, which I think we know. I think G. David came to the stream multiple times. Unless I'm mistaking and it was someone else. But I feel like there's someone called that was in the chat. Like sometimes regularly. I had no idea they were doing that kind of stuff. Why is he wearing the VLC icon? Why not? Why not? And in my opinion, this is going to be a huge success. It's going to be a huge success because it's goofy, it's stupid, it's online multiplayer. I don't think we have a lot of games that have this kind of Mario Party vibe, right? But for a more mature audience, or not even that mature, but actually this kind of horror aesthetic would also work for edgy teenagers. So I think this is going to be another huge fucking success. They're published by Oro Interactive. Interesting. Oro Interactive. Oh, that published Super Battle Golf. And also that. Okay. Solo Fun. Oh my god. Order 13. The Mole. The Mole or Mole? Mole. Pilot a Mole. A monstrous post-war drilling machine built to descend deep below the Slavic soil. I can't fucking read it today. This is going to be a huge success. I predict huge success. What do you think? And I think he tried it, basically. He tested the idea with Buckshot Roulette online multiplayer. Buckshot Roulette was a single-player game. He made the online version that I think did very well. I mean, people were excited about it. People enjoyed it. And so it was just the next logical step. It is going to be so freaking successful. Where is our success? Give us a bit of success. Leave some success for us. For the mere mortals that we are. Leave some of it. I don't know if it's different. I don't know if we are in a different phase or not. But it really feels like recently there has been some huge indie games, huge indie successes, like a lot of them, very often. And I don't know if it's because I follow the news and I'm part of it now, whereas like 5 years ago I had no idea what was an indie game. So do we have more indie game successes now that we had in the past? Maybe. Maybe because people are making shorter games, smaller games that are still becoming very successful. Because AAA games suck. Yeah, but on top of that, you also have, like, if you compare that to Stardew Valley or even Celeste, that took way longer to make. Or, I don't know, if you compare that to the bigger indie games that we can think of from the past, we also have a lot of those indie games that are much shorter to make, like maybe maximum of 1 year of dev time, and that are still doing incredibly well. Every fucking day on Twitter, I see people sharing their numbers and being like, oh, we have 50k wishlist, 100k wishlist, and I'm like, what? Your game is... This was when you had a big game in the past, and now you have it seems a normal game. Doing got better. Yeah, maybe. Doing got better, more people are doing indie, more talents are doing indie, more people are aware of indie games, there's a public for them, and probably people are okay with paying $10 for a game that is not going to last forever. And so all of that combined is creating a very good, I don't know, a very good thing. Also, a lot of game devs have been laid off from big studios in the last few years, so a lot of potential indies there. True. I didn't think about that. True. Possible that there are, that some very talented people are becoming indies, but it's not the same type of indie. It's not like the, oh, I'm making my first game indie. It's like, yeah, I've made a bunch of games in a big studio, and I'm now doing it myself or with a small team. Just when the games such as Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver, I think, is the pinnacle of indie devs. It's the representation of what a true indie game is. Like, if people want to know what is an indie game, I give them Dave the Diver, and I tell them, you know, this is it. This is exactly it. And I think they like it. They're like, oh yeah, I understand now. Yeah. This is a great representation. La-di-da-di-la-di-la-do-la-di. I don't want to do that skate game, guys. Stop asking. I don't want to. I'm not thinking about it right now, for example. I'm thinking about Lexispell, right? I'm thinking about adding more content. I love adding content to my game. Adding content is what I love the most. Trying a new idea? Prototyping something in a few hours? No. Trying new things and learning stuff while having fun? Stop. What I love? None of that. What I love the most? Creating content. More content for my game that is already established. It already has all of the rules, all of the things, and I just need to churn out more content. That's what I love. Feels like the indie space is the only place where innovation is really possible. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, you have to be backed by $1 billion company to be real indie. Yeah, true. AAA can't take risks. Taking risks costs money. True. Yeah. But at the same time, I feel like big companies kind of lost their compass at some point, and the overall industry. Like, when you think about it, this is what a startup is meant for, right? This is what a startup should be. A small team with not a lot of funding, trying something really fast, and to see if it works. But it's not that. Now it's bullshit. It's just trying to get a lot of money for as long as possible to capture the market, or just waiting for someone to buy you. And I feel like in the game dev space, this is what should happen. For example, I feel like maybe some companies are doing it. I don't know the space well enough. I feel like big companies or bigger studios should definitely encourage their teams to innovate new IPs, new things. Like, they should try small things, smaller projects, and have like small, almost startup teams in their studios to try things. But try things not to make them bigger next. Just try things to do those small things. You see what I mean? But maybe it seems as, but it's not making enough money. Even if it makes a lot of money for the time committed or the resources used, it's still going to be peanuts compared to the amount of money they expect from bigger titles. Microsoft and Sony buying a lot of AA studios didn't help either. It just seems like they don't even understand what's risk. Hong Kong wasn't a risk in the sense of trying something new, though. Hero shooters are established genre. Yeah. Yeah, and risky could be doing something that is not something that AAA is usually doing. Could also be that. It could be a genre that exists, but that they're not yet doing. For example, the friend games. The friend games, they would have the power to do that super fucking fast. Would it work though? Would they understand what a good friend game is? Would people like a friend game made by a big studio and a big company? I don't know. But at the same time, some of them have IPs that could be reused to do stuff like that. Some of them have IPs that maybe would be really fun. You could reuse their beloved IPs and turn them into smaller titles. I think the guys at Deep Rock Galactic did that pretty well. I don't know how successful it was. From the outside, it looked pretty successful. And also, I don't know Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know what they should be considered. Are they like AA? I don't know them at all. But they had their game that was successful and their IP that seemed to be doing well, and they made a survivor with that, right? They made a survivor with that, so they reused a bunch of the ideas and a bunch of the visuals and the same environments, and they used their huge developing power to make something that only indies were doing. And they made something quite cool that worked, I think, pretty well. Never played a Watchdog game, but I think something like Watchdog Legion with multiplayer could work if it weren't made by Ubisoft. Yeah, and you could make it much smaller, right? Instead of making that big world with a lot of stuff, hyper realistic and whatnot, you make it much more, you try something with the IP, and you make a small experiment. You make a small party, not party game, but friend game where you have to hack stuff and enter areas and whatnot. That would be super cool. I think people would love that, right? You make a $30 game, maybe 30 is too much. You make a $20 game because, come on, you're Ubisoft, so... But you put it inside of your Ubisoft Plus subscription, whatever. Maybe that would work. And the dev time would be what? 6 months? Instead of multiple years and billions of dollars? The people behind Deep Rock have enough money that they have their own publishing company that fund their indie studios. They're AAA. Okay. But still. So what I'm saying holds. They used their IP and made a game in a genre that at the time was not explored by... was only explored by indies, right? Or very small teams. The survivor genre. And so they differentiated themselves by adding quite a lot of content. It's a game that has a lot of content, right? And I think they did well. And even technically it's impressive. There's like tons and tons of enemies, particles and stuff, and it works well. They use their knowledge and their power to do something in a genre that you would not expect them to go. DRG is a PvE extraction shooter. DRG, Deep Rock Galactic. I never played the game. You know I have the game. I own the game. I don't even know why. I guess I bought it once. I never played it. I kind of want to play Ark right now. The only problem is that I don't know what to do. Maybe I should start doing more PvP in Ark. I think I've seen what I had to see, right? But also it's just pleasing to move around and kill stuff. And the fact that we have shredders everywhere now is freaking cool. Those nasty shredders, they are so much harder on the other maps than in Stellamontes. Because in Stellamontes, actually fighting the shredders is quite easy. You have so many corridors, so many doors. You can always hide very, very easily. But on a much bigger map, much more open, it's way harder to fight those fuckers. I've tried playing a little bit. Last time I played was like a month ago, so I tried I guess last weekend or something. I played a little bit, and those fuckers were challenging. Shredder, the villain from the Ninja Turtles, exactly. But can you imagine? You're like in that post-apocalyptic world with like monsters, with like machines and stuff, and then you have Shredder coming out of nowhere. That would be fun. Those guys. They hover. They go like they have a thruster and they move everywhere and they do and then and they throw a fuck ton of bullets around you, and basically I think they one-shot you if you are really close. But they're relatively easy to fight when you know when to hide and stuff. And usually you take a shotgun or something, and you hit the thrusters and you can destroy them relatively easily. But again, it's easy to hide from them if you are on a tight map that has a lot of corridors and stuff. But if the map is open, they move quite fast. So they come towards you, they do, and then you're fucked. It's pretty fun. We need to do more content, guys, because you know I love content. But first, let me take a selfie. No, we are going to do a break. I'm going to open up Godot 4.7. Yeah, that's it. It's not like I have a deadline and I need to work on the game, otherwise I'm fucked. It's fine. It's totally fine. There's no problem. Are you seeing a problem here? There's no problem. There is absolutely no problem. So don't worry. Totally fine. I'm gonna take a real break. A quick break. I'm grabbing a coffee. Do the same, I recommend. I recommend doing the same. Things, on a scale from 1 to 10, we're fucked. We're fucked, but it's fine. See you in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Goodbye. We can do the bullety bullet. Bullet. Congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. 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 I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay. It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here. And this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bow. I could do that. But do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now. So maybe I want to. Dupe, dupe. Okay. Dupe. 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 Okay. Are you ready? Ta. 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 Let's fucking go. No. Why? 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 Why again? Zoom out. Zoom out. Where is the other one? I want my money back. I'm not joining anymore. Is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. French are so fucking superior to Americans, right? Let's be honest for a moment. We have such a high standard of living. We know how to be human, you know? We know how to live life. We know how to enjoy and not get shot. It looks like this. So the Billbuck, I actually didn't make the Billbuck. I got it, the Kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. When they will look at Henry, the shopkeeper, they will definitely get hard. I think that's how it works. Henry, the shopkeeper, boom, instant hardness. Instant hardness. The PP is fully hard. I was lying on the back, like, before going to the party or something, like, for like 5 minutes, and... Babido-bi-babora. Happy-bo-bi-babora. Happy-do-bi-babora. Okay. Wolfendel, if you're still here, tell me what do you struggle the most with when you try to animate UI? What is the most difficult thing? What do you struggle with? I will get to know. Get to know you missed something. We created an idea. We created a game that will never exist. That is amazing. You missed that. You missed the game. Forever, I'm sorry. You missed the brainstorm. Te fais pas avoir. I'll travel back in time so I can know. No probs then. So, I think what we want to talk about is maybe a button example, and we put it inside of the container. Animating element inside. And there's also custom maximum size. I just skimmed through the wiki page of Rollerdrome and stumbled upon something new. Rollerdrome was developed by Roll7, the company behind the Oli Oli series. Ah, there's a link. Sorry, I was in a very important meeting at my job that ended up discussing Roger Federer. Very important. Ah, true. True. I understand that. This will be useful for the scale and rotation, but on top of that, oh, we can do the card example. Card example from Slay the Spire. Container plus rotation. I think that's mostly it, honestly. We don't need to do something crazy. Do you see a better way to showcase that that new feature that we have in Godot 4? I mean, I show that for animation because I think people should not use it. People should not use it to actually offset their elements. I think this is a bad idea to use it as a way to fix your elements. How can I say that? In my opinion, it's a bad idea if when you're trying to create a layout and you're struggling, you use the offset transform to fix it. The original proposal explicitly said the property should be used for animation. Okay, interesting. And not as a fix to, yeah, so I would emphasize that, I think. Because I know that some people are going to do it that way. Like, imagine you're here and for some reason you can't make it match in terms of the spacing in here. You don't know how to do it and stuff, and you're like, oh no, I will just fix it manually, I will just do that, and boom, now it's fixed. And I'm sure people will do that. And that's pretty bad. This is cool though. It's very cool. Also, it can be frustrating because you now have another pivot ratio that is not even visible in here. Yeah, right. Visual only. The pivot ratio is not even visible. So in here you think the pivot is at the top left, but in fact the offset transform is at the center. That's kind of shit. But I mean, they should show it, in my opinion. There should be a second crosshair that is a different color that shows whenever you put offset transform. Unless it's not visible by default. Okay. So, do you see another example that would make sense? Basically, this video is going to be presenting the feature and using it very clearly. I'm going to show how I'm going to compare to how I'm doing it in Godot not 4.7, and I'm going to show how easier it makes your life a bit easier. Also, how, for example, in the card example from Slay the Spire, it allows you to actually make a card and not have to use a dummy thing. If you think that this is the card, imagine that this is the card in Slay the Spire. To rotate it inside of the HBox container, to make it look like a thing. If you want to do that in Godot not 4.7, you kind of have to do two things. You have to use a color rect and then another color rect that would be anchored. And then you make this one rotate where you want, right? And you use the other one as just a way to hold, your stuff. To have the automatic repositioning and stuff. But you can apply a transform because you're not directly affected by. I won't do that live, I think. I won't do that live because, honestly, it's very simple. But what I wanted to do was to answer any question or any problems you might have I know many are struggling with animating UI. So if you have specific use cases you think about where you're struggling, maybe I can showcase those examples specifically instead of the random ones I thought of. It's exactly what the proposal said. They were fed up with having to create multiple dummy nodes for simple animation. To be fair, again, I personally think that creating dummy nodes to do animation is not the right way to do it. Unless you want an animation that is not really an animation, but something that stays forever. The thing is, most of the time, your animation is temporary. So in that case, you don't need a dummy node. You can literally just modify the scale, the position, and the rotation of an object inside of a container node. It just works. That being said, it's not available in the animation player. So those of you that rely on animation player to create animations were kind of fucked and had to use an animation, had to use multiple nodes. So I will talk about that in this video. I will make a little video, explain what it changes, explain how it was done before, how you can do it like right now and why it works briefly, but how this new feature makes it easier, right? And how to not be confused. The pitfalls to avoid. Okay. So I think my examples are good. Because the buttons, I usually do that. I animate my buttons inside the containers. Animating the stats is also something that makes so much sense. And the card example from Slay the Spire is kind of cool because I wanted to make a video specifically about showing how to make the cards from Slay the Spire, so I could tease it. I could say, hey, I'm not going into details here, but if you are interested in how to remake the cards from Slay the Spire, let me know. I'll make a video about it. Good. And it's a shame that I never made my course about UI, because it would be a great moment to great moment to promote it. At the same time, this is such a big feature that I would have to update my course. So maybe I will do it in the future. Maybe not. Okay, cool. I think this was a nice little break, and we can go back. If you have a suggestion, if you have a question about that, let me know. I'll try to answer it in the video. I have no idea when it will release. It's kind of a simple video to make, but at the same time it can take quite a while. But it is really to these. It is really. Okay. What do we have? We don't have anything that starts and ends with the same letter. I'd buy it. Already bought your Drew's course, but haven't had time to actually watch it. I know. I think you know what? I think the UI course would do better than the Juice. Because while Juice is a cool topic, it's something that might be less boring to learn. I feel like the course about UI, for some people, would be solving an actual, like, real problem, you know? Like a pain point, a real pain point that they have. Like, they struggle with UI, and so they want something that helps them, something structured where they just learn how to do it, and they don't have to overthink it and spend hours trying on their own. I think it's the difference between the Juice and the UI is that the UI is a real pain point, whereas Juice is a pain point for some, but also like something cool. Something you do when you have to. Suddenly done at the beginning of the project, whereas UI is something you need from the start. Yeah. And many people don't like UI. They would prefer, in their way of seeing game development, UI is kind of the thing you have to do. But if they could, they would just make the game. Yeah. Interesting. I know it would do well. Unfortunately, it was just, it's so much work. And it's not fun work. Writing the code, editing the course, writing the scripts to make sure that it's clear and that it's harder to make than the juice one. Even though the juice one was hard, but it was easier because it's, I don't know. There is something different about it. Like the UI course is just not fun. It wasn't. I started making it. I had a good portion of it that was made, and even not only it's made, but it's also edited. Like I would say maybe 1/5 or 1/4 of the course is actually edited. But it's so fucking painful. Probably not going to happen soon. Maybe never. Okay, what do we do today? What am I... Oh, I feel like the word starting and ending with the same letter is so fucking easy. I'm wondering why I didn't do it. Streak small words. Molt increase every time you spell a word of 4 or less. Breaks otherwise. This is kind of cool. 5 points each time you spell a len. Minus 10 points otherwise. 5 points each time you spell length 4 or less. Minus 10 points otherwise. Ah, that's interesting. My little cat wants some food, so sorry, I have to. I don't care. Bonus if letters touching. I have no idea how to implement it right now. Related to marks. +1 molt per letter marked in the word. I already have something like that, no? I already have something that gives you points. But maybe I just do it. It's kind of easy to make. It's similar to the other one. +4 molt if 2 marked letters in a word. I think I can do all of that. It's similar to the points one, but then you choose what you want. It also gives you more ways to use them. Maybe it's too similar. Right? This one gives you +10 points per marked letter. So maybe it needs to be something else. It needs to be like a certain amount of points. A certain amount of points if you have like 2. Otherwise it removes point. I like this idea. Or something hard to trigger. +4 molt per letter. That could be that. Plus 4 molt per letter. Per marked letter. If 2 marked letter in word. You know, something that is difficult to attain. And once you attain it, it's a lot. Maybe 3 molt. Plus 1 molt per marked letter in the word. I feel like this is too similar to this. These are too similar. We could do something at placing them at the beginning or something. If marked letter at the beginning or end of the word. Something like that. That way it makes it a bit different, right? Allows all the upgrades names as valid words. That is freaking cool. That is a really cool word. A really cool one. Let's go out. Give me a sec. I don't want to do this skate game. I don't want to do this game. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking. Fine. Not thinking. Plus 6 points, but special don't score. It's kind of crazy to do that, right? But maybe you do that at the beginning. When we say they don't score, do we mean that also all of the upgrades don't work? Or do we mean that the base point scores 0? We could do that, right? The base point scores 0. I kind of want to think about this one. Bonus if the letters are touching. Like, is it giving you a molt? Is it giving you a molt per letter that are touching? It's not that much. It could double the value. I think it's necessarily that interesting. Maybe adding a molt per letters that are touching is kind of cool. Because it's not something that will happen a lot, I think. It's not something that will happen a lot. At the same time, hey, Darky White. I'm not sure how I will check that they're touching, because it could be really frustrating if they're like really close to each other but they don't touch. At the same time, do I want to have a separate collision shape that checks? I think so. So we could do a check based their radius, but I don't think I have an easy way to know their radius. I'm afraid that if I let the physics do it, we will have false negatives that are frustrating for the player. And because all of my letters are not round, I can't simply do a radius check. I guess I need to try. See if we can detect, and maybe the physics is actually detecting things correctly. I guess I would also need to show it. They're being glued together, that they're touched. I'm not sure. So I'm thinking +1 molt per letter touching. That's kind of poorly paid, I feel like. Maybe it needs to be bigger. 5 molt letter touching. I think it's rare, relatively rare when you think about it. You know what I should have introduced? I should have introduced things that are doing random upgrades, like items that are in the jar and they boost their surroundings or something like that. They boost their value in the surroundings. I think it would have been cool, right? And the boost could also be negative. The boost could be negative. I even thought about adding bombs at some point, I remember. Kind of like a treasure. But when you finally break it, it explodes the things much more than the other element. Maybe I should just do it. It's relatively simple to do. If it's not affecting the other elements, it's relatively easy to do. Anyway, let's start with these ones. Allez, let's get started. Otherwise, start. Same start and letter. I named the enum first. That way I know what I need to. Streak small word. Streak small. All that. Streak small. Plus 5 points each time you spell length of 4. I don't know how to call that. Small or nothing. It's not or nothing. Small or malice. So we might have a small or nothing. Or if you want to go crazy, you could have a but that's kind of helping people that are already being good, so I need to think about that. But I can imagine an upgrade that gives you a big bonus. It gives you a big bonus, but only if you're doing something that is hard, like you're spelling 7+ words, 7+ in length. And the bonus triggers only at that point. The problem with a bonus like that, the only issue I see, is that it's kind of rewarding someone that is already succeeding. So it's good to have high scores. It's good to be able to go really, really far in terms of scores. But I don't know. We can think about that though. Big, like plus 100 points if word length here to 7, superior or equal, maybe. I don't know. 7 letter, maybe it's just superior. Okay, we have that in here, mark, start, end. Okay, and this one is going to be plus 3 mold per marked letters if 2 letters are marked in a word. The 3 mold per marked letter. Mark in. I don't know what to call it. Something with the backpack also. I think something with the backpack could be nice. Sorry, I'm having a bunch of ideas as I'm doing it. We have something to increase the size of the backpack. We need something that increases the value. Plus 5 value to each letter in the backpack at the end of each try, plus 5 value at the end of each try. So if you're using all of the tries, it means you're adding 25 to the value. That's quite a lot. So maybe it's a relatively small one, so it's like plus 1 value to each letter in the backpack at the end of each try. Yeah. Okay. So we have mark min. Okay, let's do those. Let's do those where? Here? Don't want the consumables. Should I do more consumables? I should do more potions. I should do more potions. Potions active could... A potion being active... Or you use a potion. Yeah, I only have potions that are available for one. Right now, I only have potions that are available for... that are active for one run, for one try, one round. They should... I'm wondering if I should do more, like a potion that increases the rate of something. I don't know, maybe not. That's closer to what a rune should do. That's closer to what a rune should do. Oh, you know what I should do? I should have runes. I should have runes that are purely... that are different. Should have at least one rune that is purely decorative. What do you think about that? Rune pass for the full game. Purely decorative rune. Does nothing, but is pretty. Why not? It's cool, right? Kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Upgrade. Same start and letter. Did I say letter first? And gem letter. No, it's fine. Okay. Grade. Start and letter. Oh. Don't have it yet. I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know why I have to restart those the editor so that the upgrading them is available. Like it's a class. It should be there. It's not like it's an autoloader or something. It's weird. Okay. This is giving you what? Plus points if word starts and ends. Should give you quite a lot of points, I guess. Plus 40 points. 40 points. Yeah. Is it costly? No. I think I'm gonna have to adjust the price everywhere because we are getting too many Lexims. We are getting too many Lexims in the game. Now that I have added a bunch of stuff. Upgrade streak small. Upgrade. Well, is that how I write? Upgrade no update dot. Streak small. Streak small. It's doing what? Molt increases every time you spell a word of 4 or less, breaks otherwise. So it's molt. Points value increase. Every time you do that, it increases. It could be cool. It could be quite high. Like, it increases by 1 every time. Right? I think it's cool. So the condition is to do... Oh yeah, because this is for the... like, EN. No, it's an... Fuck, I don't remember how I do it. Bro, I think. In here, I want to condition int. I want to condition int that is condition... Okay. Streak small, it was this one. Small or malice. Oops. I think the goal will be to work on the trailer next week. I will have finished the enchantment and stuff. I will do a little bit. I will do a little trailer, an updated trailer, and announce the release date, I guess. Kind of need to do that because we are getting dangerously closer. I can also modify the release date I had in mind because I don't have the Godot-Con anymore. Oh, that, sorry. Upgrade smaller malice. Upgrade or malice. Motherfucker. Small or malice. Okay. But how are we doing? Plus 5 points each time. 5 points each time you spell length 4, minus 10 otherwise. I think we can grab that in the action. It's an action generic. Minus 10. This is how we do it. What is the price for that? The small ones, I feel like the price should be small. Small one, I feel like the price should be small. Great new. Upgrade. Mark, start, end. Mark, start, end. Are you going to Amsterdam? No, I cancelled. I cancelled. Mark, start, end. Plus 4 molts. 4 molt. If marked at the beginning or end of the word. Or end of the word. That's fucking easy. That is fucking easy. This should be... This is easy, so this should be expensive a little bit more. And randomize on drone, we don't care about that. Resource. Okay, upgrade. Mark min. Upgrade. Mark min. Are you going? Mark min. Plus 3 molt. Per marked letter. Per marked letter. Oh my god. If 2 marked letters in... Nope. Okay. Okay. If 2 marked letters in word. We need a condition, I guess. Let's say int 0. We want a condition int 2. Add key value. Okay. This is also a pretty cool one, so at least 6. And this was mark min. Okay, so we have all of that. Now we should do Zen browser. Lexispell locali fuckingzation. And we should add them. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's over there. Okay. Same start end. Start end. Description. Streak small. Fuck. Have smaller malice. Where is it? Where is it? Write it faster. And we have mark start min. Description. Finally, we have mark minimum. All right. Frustrating, right? And then we have to find. So now that I have this. So this one is easy. It's points if the word starts and ends with the same letter. The word start. This is actually the description. Not this. That. What would be a good name for that? Points if the word, si le mot commence fini par la même lettre. Ribbit, no probs. No probsy probs. Or your AFS. Start end. What is something that starts and ends? What is a word that would combine starts and ends? Ouroboros. What does that mean? Ouroboros. Isn't that something that that eats itself? It is. Let's fucking go. Ouroboros. It's in English and in French, right? Ouroboros. Would be nice to check if the word exists. Okay, so what are my commands? I forgot. I can check. Validate. Validate. Oh. Ooh. Validate. Ooh. Ouroboros. Ouroboros is not valid. I need to make it work. Validate. Ouroboros. Shit, I wrote it. I made a mistake. It's not a word. Ouroboros. How is it written in English? How do you write that? The page in English. In French it's Ouroboros. How is it in English? Ouroboros. Okay. So you know what we do? We do Ouroboros. Ouroboros. No. Ouroboros. Did I make it? Did I write it correctly? Ouroboros, right? I submit it again. I don't care. I'm curious, but will this game have support for custom dictionaries for other languages at some point? At least language that uses the Latin alphabet. That's the goal. Ideally, I'm doing it for release. I'm doing it before release. If I don't manage to do it before release, I'll do it later. I actually started on a small way to manage your dictionaries, like because I have a little bit of post-processing to do. So you would put a file and it would import it and do what it has to do with it. Yeah, I want to do it. I want to do it. Okay, streak small. What is a small streak? Do you have a word for it? Can you think about that? Fleck, a small contrasting part of something, a bold spot, a leopard spot. A small fragment of something broken off from the whole, a bit of rock. Okay. Those are possible answers to the crossword clue small streak. They're saying fleck. Fleck, definition and meaning. Brown hair fleckled with gray. To color as if by sprinkling with spot mark like particle. Streak. Small streak. A small streak. What? I don't know. I have no idea. It can be something that is small. It can. I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea. So let's write it. Okay, points increase, right? Points increase each time you spell a 4. Actually, this is a condition, right? Condition or less word. Then in here you can do action, I think. Action points. Action. I should write else action points. No? Currently points. How it works. Oh, you know what? Fuck it, we're going to call it small streak for now, because I don't know how to call it. Petit streak. So it's so painful. It's so painful. Petite série. It's so painful to write all of that. The actual implementation is usually much faster. That's points increase à chaque fois que vous appelez un mot de sinon actuellement. Okay. Points or malice. This was smaller malice. It was not small streak. This was smaller malice. So this is each time you spell it's simpler. It's I don't like how I'm writing those. I should really find a way. Et un mot de... Sinon, yes. We still need the thing though. We still need the points at the end. We still need the currently. Okay. Mark, start, end. Mark, start, end. On your mark. You want to mark something at the beginning or at the end? What does key? Marquee. Marquee. Variant of marquee. A large tent set up for an outdoor party reception. Permanent canopy. Or associated with recognition action of named big marquee athlete. Fuck it. How would you translate that in French? I have no idea. Capito, oui mais c'est pas ça. Pas celui-là qu'on veut. Au vent, la grande tente, la marquise. Éminent. 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 Good. Very different, right? So, points. If marked, if an enchanted letter is at the beginning or end of the word. Beginning, only one N. Beginning. Two N's, beginning. Okay. That it? That's it. Ooh, every time it points. Et une lettre enchantée au début ou à la fin. Let's go. Last one. Last one. Minimum. I can't call it minimum because it's going to be that, right? Finding names, it's so fucking difficult. Every time I lose it. And I don't know why it's not. Points. Per enchanted letter. If there's at least 2 enchanted letters in the word. Par lettre enchantée, il y a au moins 2 lettres enchantées. Deux lettres enchantées dans le mot God. Hope to put some things like that. À chaque fois que vous appelez un mot, I need to find something for mark minimum. So you get per enchanted letter if you have at least 2 letters in the word. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. What would be the logic? Something that is enchanted at a minimum, so it's not a small enchantment or bag of bag. What is an enchant? Enchanted bag word. Is there a word for that? Bags. Rune cloth. Pouch. Satchel. Where it's just satchel is a bag with a strap. Additionally, used for carrying books. What the iron. This is hard. Naming stuff is... Well, fuck it. I'll call it pouch. Pouch in English. Push. This is why I hate doing content. This is what. And I don't know if there's an easier solution. I don't know if there's an easy... But it's... Overall, it's a very... very shitty... process. Not pleasing at all. Like, the actual implementation is fine, but the time it requires, time needed to go through the thing, create the resources, code the logic and stuff. But I mean the words in the description, it's harder. So same letter. Okay, let's start with this one. It's going to be in... And I have too much stuff in here. It's going to be in triggered jockers. These are applied on the entire word. So if we're looking at upgrading them, upgrade, same begin end. Are you telling me I have it already? Fuck me. Have it. Of course I have it. I should have verified. I knew. I can do something. It's a specific letter. So I'm not going to do it. Must be a really good idea if you had it twice. The problem is that I didn't keep track of the things. Like, I don't have a nice sheet where it's written exactly what I have. So it's possible that I have the idea multiple times, to be honest. But I think I wrote it wrong. That's why I don't remember it correctly. The idea is not to have the same letter. It's to have the same letter. It's to have a specific letter that I'm defining. So it's a more complex version, right? It's a more complex version. It's a more complex version. To do, finish resource by selecting a letter. So I will pass for now, but okay, I can do it. I can do something. It's fine. Okay. Let's go over there. Upgrade. Freak small. Freak small is not here. Freak small is not here. Freak small is here. So I think I'm gonna be done after that. That's the problem of being live and chatting live, is that it's still energy. Like it still uses energy. And then when I need to work, I'm fucking tired, so not good. But anyway, upgrade streak small. So how do we do that? A 4 or less. Okay, so if how do we check the letters and stuff? We do word. if word length is inferior to. I don't even remember. You do get condition value. So if it's inferior to get condition value, you do something. Else, do something. So if it's superior or equal, or if it's purely superior, spell length 4 or less. So if it's superior, we break. So we say upgrade points value 0. Right? Do I have somewhere where we increase? Because I don't remember how I do. We call format description every time we do this, right? Okay, upgrade points value increase. So we do upgrade points value. Do we have an upgrade? No, upgrade points value increase. In any case, we need to format the description. And then we need to trigger. Don't judge the way I did it. It's very stupid. But I don't know. Okay, so this is strict small. Yes, let's test it. Small streak. Why did you crash? Okay. Inferior or equal is a bit hard to read. Breaks otherwise currently 0. Bless you, thank you. So if I do gas, it's malt. I didn't think it was malt, but in fact it's malt. It's malt, guys. You believe it? Okay. It needs to send something. It needs to break. Upgrade display break. Break, broken, break. But I have other ones that are doing streaks, so we should definitely we should make them work then. Okay, I'm gonna do that later. This one works. We need to do smaller malice. Need to do smaller malice. Okay. If word length superior to upgrade get condition value, we don't break, we just do it negatively, right? It's on the points, it's not on the mold. Fire to shit. There is another one where I remove value. Kinda need to check that. So in here, pass to remove. I don't remember how I do it. So in here, plus 5 points each time you spell and form in the current value. I have somewhere where I do it. Right? I thought I had something where I would remove. I do it in here. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm removing, but you can't go past 0. Right? I mean, maybe you can. It's not that I want to do. In here, I want to do plus equal this. But I don't want to touch the point value. I want to touch the points. Right? Still want to remove. We'll still want to remove, but we want to do like var value. Oh yeah, I'm removing, I'm clamping to minus points. That makes sense. Okay. Then we can use this value instead. Baba, hello. We should probably do it in here, in fact, also. Probably do that. Probably do that. Much bigger, just in case. How are you doing? Did I increase it? Yeah, we need to increase it. Good, how are you? I'm super tired right now, but otherwise it's going okay. Going okay. Upgrade. Action, no, points value increase. So we are adding. I'm clamping it, and then I'm putting it in here. Yeah. Oh my god. Can come the rest. There's no weekend. There is no weekend, unfortunately. Fortunately, there is no weekend. Especially that close to release. No weekend. But I will stop soon. Eyes a little bit. Okay, points plus int value, blah 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 do blah blah blah, right? Small or malice. That should work. Before trying it, or should I try it now? I will try it now. What is the name? It's just called Malice. Okay. Ooh. It's called Malice. Currently 0 points. So if you do a small word such as plan. It's going to do +5. Currently +0 points. I forgot to format. In any case, you can do upgrade. Not at all. You upgrade dot format description. And then you do crave, so it's the longer one. +-5. Currently +-5 points. Amazing. We need to fix this. We need to fix this. Ah, for fuck's sake. Negative points. Don't play. But honestly, should I do that? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think I won't. Because it's going to be weird. Or... no, I mean, it could be fun. I don't know. See, if I want to make my life simpler, I just capped this at 0. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be capped at 0 in here. But still, it's not exactly the... So I just need to take into account minus, right? If it's showing minus. Okay. But apart from that, it works. Visual, it's not a big deal, honestly. Oh, I'm so fed up. Why are those values not declared? And why is that a float? It will not really be a float, honestly. But anyway, this is good. Okay, we can do an easy one. We can do an easy one. Can do an easy one. The last two that we have to do are relatively easy. I don't remember where I need to go. Over there. Over there. Get over there. Okay. If we have upgrading num, upgrade, mark, start, end. You can say if not L dot letter clean is equal to word dot left 1 and not L dot letter clean. Why am I doing that? What the fuck? If it's different than this and it's different than this, continue. Right? And otherwise it's giving you some mult. upgrade points value. That was one easy. Plus 3 molt. So mark minimum. Plus 3 molt. If we have the letters marked. Do I have a utils for that? Util. Get. Enchanted. No. I will do it. Get enchanted count, and I will pass the current letters. Right? You can say if count here to then upgrade get condition value. The lang is global lang en. We can continue. Otherwise, we do molt. And before all of that, we can say if L enchantment res. If you're not, you can continue. Then we check the count. Okay, and here we grab the points value and we do that. So we need to do get enchanted count in this util. It's kind of the same thing as this. Oops. And here we can say if L dot enchantment res, if not L dot enchantment res, continue, otherwise we count. That's enchanted count. Okay, let's try those two. That should be it. That should be fucking it. Are you ready to rumble? I don't remember how they're called though. Marquee and pouch. So let's try pouch first. We should have more colors on this. Plus 3 molt per enchanted letters if there's at least 2 enchanted letters per word. Yeah, but we don't have any enchanted letters. It's doing nothing, right? But I don't have enchanted letters, and I don't have an easy way to enchant them. Okay. Going to give myself ways to enchant. It would be nice to give myself a way to enchant random letters. I don't know how, but it would be cool. By the way, pouch. What is the other name? Marquee. Yeah, this needs to be a bit more colorful. Ouch. Limit per enchanted letter, if there's at least. We should have a condition in here, right? I'm sure I'm using a condition. Condition. We put the at least here. Guys, just info 4.set def 4, the new offset transform controls nodes the super ultra max powerful. Let's go. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I was saying I'm gonna make a video about it, and so I talked about the use cases I would show in the video. If you have other things you want me to explore or explain, don't hesitate. If you have specific problems when you animate UI, specific things that you find difficult that could be fixed with this, don't hesitate. I can make a video about it. I can talk about it in the video, I mean. So, pouch, do we have a condition? Do we have a condition? Mark min. Have a condition. Yeah. Two. Because this is going to be better. Sorry, why did it trigger? Why did it trigger? Oh. Video. It's hard to go back. Sure. Life Lover, it adds all of the transforms that you have. It adds another set of transforms on the UI elements. So the basic set of transform that you have is going to be driven by the container, okay? So like the position, the scale, the rotation. But then you have another set that you can use that will apply on top of it. That will apply as an offset, which means you can have an object in a container, but you can change its scale, change its position, and change its rotation on top of what the position was calculated, what the scale was calculated, etc. So, for example, it makes animating UI a bit easier when it's inside of a container. It makes it possible to animate UI with an animation player, whereas it was not possible before, because Godot doesn't allow you, even though theoretically it's possible. And finally, it also gives you the ability to put things that are rotated inside of a container without having to use a dummy node in the middle. It's kind of useful. Hey, Mohammed. Okay, so this is a bug. Happens when we go straight. Wow, I'm so freaking tired. Okay, those two work. So in fact, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. The mark min and end work well. Why is my... Did I close Visual Studio or did it close on its own? So, new upgrades. Freak small or malice, mark start end, and mark in. I didn't see, I didn't, I wanted all of that. Okay, cool. Cool. So I have some small bugs, but this is since I changed the way the scenes are spawned, I think I introduced a little bug. I added 4 upgrades that work and 1 that require a little bit of work, but I'm too tired to do it now. The idea is, instead of just being the start and the end of the word, it's going to be on a specific letter. Like a letter is selected at random, and it's what you have to put at the beginning and at the end of the word. All right. That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible. Should we go for a raid? A little raid. Cavino is here. Let's raid Cavino. Let's raid Cavino. And that's it. Guys, thank you for being here. I'll see you on Monday, unless I stream this weekend. No, I won't. I'm definitely not going to work on that skate game that we talked about at the beginning, even though it would be amazing. We are not going to do that. We are not going to do that. So enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend. And let's go for the raid. You know. Goodbye.
Just give us